The House will attend to a prayer by House Chaplain Reverend Kevin Tombley, pastor of Restoration Foursquare Church in Concord.
Good morning. Welcome. Let's pray. Almighty God, we come before you today grateful for the privilege of gathering in this historic chamber and for the responsibility entrusted to each person who serves the people of New Hampshire. As this House convenes for its veto session, we ask for wisdom greater than our own. In the decisions made today, grant each representative clarity of mind, courage of conviction, and humility of spirit. Where there's disagreement, help us to listen well. Where convictions differ, help us to treat one another with dignity and respect. And in every vote and every conversation, remind us that public service is ultimately about seeking the good of the people that we have been entrusted to serve. Lord, today our hearts are especially with our colleague and friend, Representative Charlie St. Clair. As he remains in intensive care in Ohio following his motorcycle accident, we ask for your healing hand to rest upon him. Strengthen his body, bring healing to every place that has been injured, restore what has been damaged, and give wisdom and skill to every doctor, nurse, and medical professional caring for him. Finally, Lord, remind us, each of us, today of the gift of life, the importance of those we love, and the privilege we have to serve. Help us to conduct the work before us with wisdom, grace, integrity, and gratitude. May our words be thoughtful, our actions honorable, and our service worthy of the trust placed in us. We ask your blessing upon Representative St. Clair, upon this House, and upon the great state of New Hampshire. Amen.
The chair recognizes a member from Windham, Representative McMahon, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The chair recognizes Eva Roach from Windham to sing the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
The House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Bucco, Daniels, Dunn, Gibbs, Patuchik, Marjorie Smith, St. Clair. The day, important business, Representatives Birch, Cambrils, DeSimone, Ebel, Gregg, Kofal, Lewis, Noble, Rice, Rockmore, Selig, Sheehan, Spilsbury, Turcotte, Verville. The day, illness in the family, Representatives Bennett and Olet. The day, death in the family, Representative Linda Harriet Gathright.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. The House will attend to the introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Reef Hilbig, student at High Mowing High School in Peterborough, our page for the day. Mr. Speaker, please welcome Erin Fallow, mother of the singer, guest of Representative McMahon. Ann Karasinski, wife of Representative Karasinski. Elizabeth Murphy, guest of Representative Doug Thomas. Milo Kokola, guest of Representative Tebow. Don Stavely, guest of Representative Swanson. Sienna Shayer, guest of Representative Burton. Members of the Legislative Youth Advisory Council, guests of Representatives Wheeler, Tebow, and McDonnell. And the Honorable Tammy Garthwaite, former member from Manchester, guest of Representative Leon. They are with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. The House will now attend to communications.
Mr. Speaker, please accept this letter as my formal resignation from the New Hampshire House of Representatives representing Rockingham County District 24, effective June 15, 2026. It has been an honor and a pleasure to serve my constituents and the state of New Hampshire for the past 8 years. I also extend my thanks to you and my House colleagues for their continued service to our state. Kind regards, Jackie Grota. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Clerk, and honorable members of the New Hampshire House of Representatives, I will not be returning to my seat for veto day. I moved out of my district on June 15th. As a result, I am no longer eligible to serve the residents of Ward 3. This letter serves as my resignation effective June 15th, 2026. I have been blessed to serve 5 terms over 14 years and regret missing these final critical votes. Serving in the State Parks Advisory Council and the Cannon Mountain Advisory Commission has been enriching and productive, as steering positive change during chaotic times takes collaboration and perseverance. Please always consider me a resource. I will miss the debates that make us aware of better ways of doing things, the satisfaction that comes from working harder together, and the warmth that often follow leaving it all on the floor again and again. Serving this House has been an enriching education, and I will miss most of the things we talk about and decide about. I have not left the area, and I know there are opportunities for public service that welcome members of the public. I look forward to remaining engaged in my community as ever. Best wishes to you all, and thank you for your hard work on behalf of the people of New Hampshire. Always be proud. Always stand up for what you believe in, even when it feels like you're 399 to 1. Representative Suzanne Vale. Dear Paul, I have moved to Denver, Colorado, so must resign my office. Best wishes for the next term. Please acknowledge receipt of this notification when you are able. Kind regards, Linda Haskins. Hi, Speaker Packard. Due to both moving into a different district in Manchester and needing to devote more time to my business at this time, I hereby resign my position as state rep. Once I'm in a better position, I plan to run again in 2 years when I can give the role the attention it deserves. It is my understanding that another candidate is putting his name into the Secretary of State and has been notified of my departure as well as the new candidate. Please use my email or my phone number should you need to reach to me going forward. Also, please advise where I turn in my orange Easy Pass. All the best, John Morton. Mr. Speaker, please accept this letter as formal notification that I'm resigning my position as State Representative for Hillsborough County District 41, effective July 24th, 2026. It has been a true honor to serve the people of my district and the state of New Hampshire. Due to my family responsibilities, I have relocated to Oregon. Therefore, I am no longer living in the district that I was elected to represent. I extend to you and all the members of the House my very best wishes for a bright and prosperous future. Sincerely, Representative Tim Hartnett. I sadly need to resign my seat before the end of the year as we have moved out of the district. It was my intention to not run for re-election this term, and our move came just a bit early in that regard. I want to thank you and your team for all your good work, your patience, and forbearance towards all members of the House. Yours is not an easy task, and I always appreciated your thoroughness. My best to all of you in the years ahead. Thank you for making my time there a worthy learning experience and for providing me with the opportunity to meet so many new and interesting people from around the state. Sincerely, Kate Murray. Dear Mr. Speaker, representing the people of Canaan, Dorchester, and Orange in the New Hampshire House, even for a short time has been the honor of a lifetime. I have always experienced a strong sense of awe walking into the Hall of Flags from the first time I entered as a young journalist covering the legislature in the late winter of 1978. I had the opportunity to report on the House and the other body for 5 years for the Nashua Telegraph and then the United Press International. Returning in December 2024 as an elected member only heightened my sense of the history and enormous significance of the institution and the building that houses it. While I may not have always agreed with them, I have respect for everyone who puts their name on a ballot to serve their state and community. It is with no little regret that I submit my resignation as a member of the House effective today, August 3rd, 2026. Because I am moving out of state. Respectfully, Representative Thomas Opal.
These resignations are accepted with regret. Before we get on to the duty of looking at the bills that have been vetoed, I'm going to take a couple of minutes. And first of all, this is very likely the last time we will meet prior to the new term. As we have done before, we'd like to recognize those of you who have made the decision not to run again or seek a different office. If you're not running for the House again, please rise when I call your name so we may thank you for your service. And I would ask that everybody hold off your applause until I read the complete list. Before we move on, I'd just like to highlight that we have almost 100 members not running again, collectively representing 370 years of service in this institution. I'd like to read off the members. Those that have been here for 10 years: Barry Faulkner, Sue Newman, Sue Vail, Catherine Sofakaitis, Kate Murray, Keith Ammon, Jim Fidolfi, Thomas Kaczynski, Dan McGuire, Catherine Prudhomme O'Brien, Kimberly Rice, Len Turcott, Kevin Verville, Mark Warren. 12 years: Patricia Cornwell, Chris Hebert, Mike Edgar, Linda Gould, Doug Thomas, Michael Vos. 14 years: Dick Ames, George Sykes, Linda DiSilvestro. 18 years: Larry Gagne, Rick Ladd, Carol McGuire. 20 years: Tom Bucco. 26 years: Jim McKay. 28 years: Marjorie Smith. 30 years: Susan Almy, and God bless you. 40 years, Phyllis Kachakoris. So all of those rise, and let's give a round of applause to all those that aren't returning. Phyllis, I'm only 4 years behind you, so. I want to take a minute to thank all of you. I've had the privilege of being the Speaker of this House for the last 6 years. Our accomplishments, I think, have been unknown in past history and unbelievable. Now, I know my friends over here on this side of the aisle probably didn't agree with a lot of our policy, and I'm sure my friends over here in this aisle didn't agree with some of their subjects. But look what we did. For years, we've needed a new parking garage. Now we have one. All of those that used to park in stores, I hope you had a much shorter walk getting here today. The LOB needed refurbishing, and that'll be done for next session, completely from top to bottom. You'll have just about a brand new building except for the outside walls over there, with all new furniture and all new chairs, all new lighting, much better. Unfortunately, the men's bathroom on this floor will not be open for another month or so, but other than that, all the bathrooms will be done. We instituted streaming for all our committees, which we never had before, and numerous other things that we have done in the past 6 years. as a legislative body. I congratulate all of you. As you know, I will not be returning as Speaker. I am not running for Speaker again. Hopefully I'll be returning, and I'll be sitting somewhere out in the audience with all of you. So I really, this has been one of the highlights of my life. What we've accomplished in the past 6 years, I think, has been extraordinary, considering we started out in COVID. And we still have the satisfaction, I think you might call it, of having the only session outside in a parking lot in the United States history. And for those of you who were there for that wonderful event on January 6th, you'll notice that all of you that were there were in your cars, sipping your coffee, or maybe something stronger, I don't know. But as I was standing up there with my nice big fuzzy hat and my 5 layers of clothing, getting very cold on a nice January day in New Hampshire. Thank you all. I will miss being up here, but it's time I move on, and it's somebody else's turn. Thank you. Now let's take some votes. Without objection, the House will consider the veto on House Bill 2026 first. The chair recognizes Representative Mills. If you'll
Good
stand.
morning, and thank you, Mr.
Stand.
Speaker.
Representative, if you stand back, I still have a little to read. Thank you. The House will attend to the Governor's veto message on House Bill 2026 relative to the State 10-Year Transportation Improvement Plan, relative to toll rate adjustments and periodic toll reviews for the New Hampshire Turnpike system to support the 27 through 36 10-year transportation plan, relative to reconstruction of the Gregg Mill Road Bridge in the town of New Boston. The question before the House is, notwithstanding the Governor's veto, shall House Bill 2026 become law? The state constitution requires a roll call. A 2/3 vote is required to override a veto. If you are in favor of that bill, we'll get to that. Representative Mills.
Once again, good morning, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Public Works and Highways doesn't have to come to the well very often, and I'm only up here because the governor's staff has made a very, very bad decision. The original 10-year highway plan had a $400 million deficit and eliminated countless highway and bridge projects that this state and our local communities had counted on. The Governor's Council and Public Works and Highways managed to reduce this deficit and add 11 new projects to the plan. It passed out of committee unanimously. It came to this House floor, and it passed on a vote of 338 to 13. The Senate Transportation Committee amended it and added 2 more critical safety projects, the Bow Concord interchange and Manchester's exit 6 and 7, and passed it out of committee unanimously. It went to the Senate body, and it passed on a voice vote. The House concurred with the Senate amendment and passed it here on a voice vote. Mr. Speaker, if this was anything but a voice veto override, I would try and save us some time, and I would ask for a voice vote. But being as it may, I ask you to vote green and put our 10-year plan back on track. Thank you.
The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote is required to override a veto. If you are in favor of having the bill become law, you will press the green button. If you are opposed and wish to sustain the governor's veto, you will press the red button. Vote. All these will be roll call votes. Voting stations will be open for 30 seconds. Oh, yeah, okay. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, we're getting all the dust out of the system, so. All set. Okay. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? There's some more voting.
Yeah, you just gotta unlock it. I don't know why it won't let me do it on the hang on, Rue, we also have Bart. There's several members that had told us they were here, so they were locked out. Yep, we got you. Barton. He's in the back of three, the white seat. Between the two guys. He's a yay. All right. Have all members present have that.
Last time, have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend the state of the vote. House will be in order. 292 voting yea, 25 voting nay. The governor's veto is overridden. For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Speaker's earlier comments be placed in the permanent journal.
Without objection. The House will attend to the governor's veto message on House Bill 22-1, enabling electric utilities to own, operate, and offer advanced nuclear resources and relative to purchased power agreements for electric distribution, utilities, and limitations on community customer generators. The question before the House is, notwithstanding the governor's veto, shall House Bill 221 become law? I have nobody signed up to speak. The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote is required to override a veto. If you're in favor of having the bill become law, you will press the green button. If you are opposed and wish to sustain the governor's veto, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Reinfurt?
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 152 voting yea, 167 voting nay. The veto is sustained. The House will attend to the governor's veto message on House Bill 232 relative to the rights of conscience for medical professionals. The question before the House is, notwithstanding the governor's veto, shall House Bill 232 become law? Chair recognizes Representative Manos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to strongly urge this House to sustain the governor's veto of HB 232. The governor's veto message was considered, and my view, correct. She noted, quote, "Federal law has long protected the religious beliefs or moral convictions of medical professionals and the right to decline to perform or assist in an abortion," end quote. As the governor emphasized, this bill is unnecessary. It does not create any greater protections for New Hampshire medical professionals than already exist under federal law. The governor's judgment on HB 232 was sound, and I urge you to vote no to sustain the governor's veto. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Penderno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 232 has been significantly watered down by the other body and is a mere shell of the version passed by the House. However, the House did agree to concur, and it is still better conscience protection than what we have now, which is nothing. California, New York, and Massachusetts all have conscience laws with real penalties. We cannot rely solely on federal law for conscience protection for workers in this healthcare workers in the state of New Hampshire. They need greater conscience protection. For example, a surgical technician in a hospital might be assigned to assist on a dilation and evacuation procedure. This procedure can be used with different intentions. It can either be used to manage miscarriages or for the intentional ending of a baby's life in utero between 13 and 24 weeks. The technician must carefully assess the procedure to avoid unintentionally being involved in ending a preborn child's life. And while the administration might support the worker's right of conscience, other co-workers might not be so understanding, creating a hostile work environment. For the conscience protection of healthcare workers, please vote green to override the veto on House Bill 232.
The state constitution requires a roll call. 2/3 vote is required to override a veto. Chair recognizes Representative Manos for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that federal law already protects the religious beliefs and moral convictions of medical professionals and their right to decline to participate in abortions, and if I know that this bill does not extend any greater protections to New Hampshire medical professionals than already exist under federal law, and if I know, therefore, that this bill is unnecessary, would I now push the red button to sustain the governor's veto? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Pentano for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that House Bill 232 does the bare minimum to protect the right of conscience of healthcare workers, would I now press the green button to override the governor's veto?
If you're in favor of having the bill become law, you would press the green button. If you're opposed and wish to sustain the governor's veto, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to state of the vote. 166 voting yea, 154 voting nay. The motion fails to get to 2/3. The veto is sustained. The House will attend to the Governor's veto message on House Bill 396 relative to processing of cattle, swine, sheep, and goats at facilities not certified by the United States Department of Agriculture. The question before the House is notwithstanding the Governor's veto, shall House Bill 396 become law? Chair recognizes Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. We are being told once again that the sky is falling. We hear about millions of eggs entering our food supply, salmonella outbreaks, contaminated lettuce across more than 40 states, and tens of thousands of raw meat entering the country without going through the inspections we expect. Yet too often, consumers don't even know where their food came from unless they are paying close attention to labels and government recalls. So I ask you, do we really believe that large food conglomerates are more trustworthy than farmers in our own communities? For generations, New Hampshire has believed in knowing your farmer and knowing your food. We have trusted our farmers to raise our family's milk, vegetables, poultry, and other food. We have heard the warnings before. When New Hampshire changed its raw milk laws, we were told there would be disastrous consequences. The sky was supposed to fall. It didn't. In fact, New Hampshire became a national leader in food freedom. Our rabbit and poultry farmers have been able to sell directly to restaurants. Farmers have been raising and processing animals such as red deer, bison, and elk under our state laws. These practices have existed for years, and the sky has not fallen. So why are we telling New Hampshire a farmer that they can raise an animal, care for it, feed it, and sell it to their neighbor, but cannot sell that customer a cut of meat from an animal processed on their own farm, simply because it was not processed at a USDA-inspected facility? Think about the families who buy a quarter or half a cow, pig, or lamb directly from a local farmer. How many of those families do you know who have become sick because they purchased meat directly from a farmer they know and trust? We should take food safety seriously, but food safety and food freedom do not have to be enemies. We can protect consumers while also giving New Hampshire farmers a chance to compete and families a chance to afford locally raised food. For years, this House has studied this issue. I know because I sponsored legislation that created those study committees. The commissioner participated, the USDA participated, farmers, consumers, and other stakeholders participated. We studied the problem, we discussed the concerns, we looked for solutions. And yet, after all those years, we are still telling our farmers to wait. How long are we going to push this issue down the road? How long are we going to make consumers pay more for locally raised meat simply because that animal was processed? And how long are we going to tell our farmers, we trust you, but not quite enough when it comes to your cow? We trust these farmers with our milk. We trust them with our vegetables. We trust them with our rabbit and poultry. But somehow when it comes to a pig, a lamb, or a cow, we suddenly say they cannot be trusted. This bill does not force anyone to buy this meat. It does not eliminate consumer choice. It does the opposite. It gives consumers another choice. If someone wants meat processed at a USDA-inspected facility, that option remains. If someone wants to buy directly from a farmer they know and trust under New Hampshire law, that choice should remain available to them as well. That is what freedom looks like. Our farmers deserve the opportunity to make a living. Our consumers deserve to afford food. And New Hampshire deserves a food system that gives people more choices, not fewer. We have said for years, know your farmer, know your food. Let us mean it. Let us trust our farmers. Let us trust our consumers to make informed decisions. Let us give New Hampshire families a chance to put affordable, locally raised food on their tables. Now is the time to act. Please vote to overturn the governor's veto, and let's make New Hampshire #1 for healthy, affordable food. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's frankly ridiculous that I have to stand here today advocating for the override of a veto of a nonpartisan bill that strengthens our local communities. This is about food affordability, food security, food safety. It's about giving New Hampshire farmers another opportunity to serve their neighbors. I often speak about the level of division in this chamber, but I also point to the Environment and Agriculture Committee as an example of what this body should be. We work together, we debate, we listen, we put policy over personalities. When the evidence supports a bill, Republicans and Democrats vote together. HB 396 is one of those bills. A Democratic member of our committee from Nashua, who is not running for re-election, who has supported this legislation for years, often reminds us of what we witnessed during COVID: empty grocery shelves, broken supply chains, communities relying on local farms. We learned that resilient food systems begin locally. That's why we passed the Homestead Food Act, and HB 396 follows that same principle. The national political stage is watching New Hampshire because this bill aligns with two bipartisan efforts in Washington, the PRIME Act and the mandatory country of origin labeling. One expands opportunities for local meat processing, the other gives consumers honest information about where their beef comes from. Both are supported by Republicans, Democrats, and independents in Congress. I think Ro Khanna showed up here about a month or so ago, and he is a prime co-sponsor on one of this legislation. This has actually never been a partisan issue. The amount of work that my friend from Barnstead and our committee have invested in this bill over several years has been amazing. Unfortunately, so has the misinformation surrounding it. Let's remember what this bill actually does. It does not force anyone to participate. It does not eliminate federal inspection. It simply gives New Hampshire farmers another option if they choose to use it, while giving consumers more local choices. That is freedom. That is local control. That is exactly what many of us campaign on. Americans are beyond frustrated with a food system dominated by just 4 companies controlling roughly 80 to 85% of beef processing. Small farmers wait months for processing while families pay higher grocery prices. HB 396 is a modest but meaningful step toward giving independent farmers a fighting chance. I also have to point out the inconsistency in some of the arguments against this bill. Many of the same people who support states pushing back against federal policy in other areas suddenly argue we cannot do so here. Colorado and Washington legalized recreational cannabis despite federal law. Many states resisted Real ID. This year we passed an egg bill that diverged from federal standards. And in 2023, New Hampshire allowed deer, elk, and bison to be processed, sold under the state inspection rather than USDA inspection. So bison is okay, deer is okay, elk is okay, but cattle are somehow different? How does that make any sense? If we truly believe states are laboratories of democracy, New Hampshire should not be afraid to lead. This bill is supported by farmers, consumers, and people across the political spectrum because everyone understands that affordable, locally produced food strengthens our communities. This override is not about politics. It's about trusting New Hampshire farmers, it's about consumer choice, and it's about stronger local food systems. I'm going to end with this. For all of those that you are seeking re-election, because I am not, remember this: your constituents are totally paying attention. They care about grocery prices. That's all I hear when I'm out knocking doors. They care about supporting local farms. They are tired of corporate consolidation. They want more local choices from in-state trusted sources. Today, we have an opportunity to stand with them. I respectfully ask you to vote to override the governor's veto of HB 396. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Bixby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I am going to request that we sustain the veto on HB 396. So what this bill attempts to address a real problem, which is the shortage of slaughter capacity in New Hampshire. Federal law requires USDA inspection of the slaughter of cows, swine, goats, and sheep, referred to as amenable animals. And we only have 4 slaughter facilities in the state that do this under federal inspection. What we really need is more slaughter facilities to enter the market, but that's something we can't legislate from this location. What this bill does is it attempts to circumvent federal law by saying that it's okay for someone to slaughter a small number of animals each month on their own farm. That is cows. That is the amenable animals. So the problem here is the state can't override federal law, and it does look like the current farm bill that is working its way very slowly through Washington does have some parts related to the Prime Act that the previous speaker mentioned that would in fact provide some sort of relief, but that hasn't made it through Congress yet. And when it does make it through Congress, I would be very happy to work on legislation to help align our laws with that new federal law, if it makes it through, in order to allow more locally done slaughter in New Hampshire. However, until that happens, we can't. We put people in jeopardy by trying to override our state laws, override federal law through state law. This bill does not work. When it came out of House E&A, it was pretty good, but had a few flaws. The Senate, our friends on the other side of the wall, took a bill with a few minor flaws and made it a lot worse. One of the things that that they have done is they have taken fairly transparent labeling. So the House version said, you had to say on the label that it was slaughtered at the farm. And they have said, and they've changed that to initially processed. What does that mean? So we're moving into Orwell territory here. We don't need to do that in New Hampshire. The Senate took out the part that requires that the health of the herd for amenable animals needs to be inspected by a veterinarian every year. So there's absolutely no health inspection left in this bill. The Senate removed the requirement that farmers who take advantage of this are aware that it is not consistent with federal law. So a farmer may not be aware that they're breaking federal law when they're doing this, but they are. And another big problem is the Senate added a training component to be put together by the Department of Agriculture, Markets, and Food in order for farmers who are doing this. Now, it seems like that would make sense, except the department has no expertise in training. They usually contract that out to Cooperative Extension, but there is absolutely no money in the bill to allow them to either put together something in-house or to contract that with the Cooperative Extension. So what this does is it puts both the department and Cooperative Extension between a rock and a hard place, because if we pass this, they will be violating federal law. If they don't put together they'll be violating state law. If they don't put together a training program, they'll be violating federal law if they do put together a training program. So this is really not a good way to move forward on this program, and I think that it was appropriate that the governor vetoed this, and I hope that we will sustain that veto today. Thank you.
We're on the last speaker. Remember, this will be a roll call vote, so if everybody takes their seats, it'll save some time. Chair recognizes Representative Trombley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 396 is simply a bill of choice. If you want to buy your cattle, swine, sheep, or goat from a local farmer without USDA inspection, you can. If you want to buy the previously mentioned meat from Hannaford's, Market Basket, or God forbid, Walmart, you can. Freedom is scary. It is, however, the bedrock of our form of government. Please vote green to override the governor's veto on this bill. Thank you.
The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote is required to override a veto. Chair recognizes Representative Germana for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that I voted for this bill in committee because I think it is our responsibility to do everything that we can to support our farmers in New Hampshire, but if I also know that immediately following that vote, I was inundated with phone calls and emails and conversations around my community from farmers who told me how much they oppose this bill because they're concerned that just one outbreak can do irreparable reputational harm to our small producers. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that the body on the other side of the wall weakened important protections that our committee worked so hard to include in the original version, would I vote red to sustain the governor's veto? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Judy Aaron for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the nation, the entire nation, is watching us in New Hampshire, and someone needs to step up and be the first to push reforms that support small farmers, and if I know corporate conglomerates are stopping federal law from changing, so it won't be changed anytime soon, and if I also know that USDA certified facilities in New Hampshire are scarce, not always trustworthy, expensive, and booked out many months in advance, creating bottlenecks that drive up the cost of food. And if I also know that that this bill has many guardrails included to keep our food supply safe, and if I also know that this bill is not a mandate to every farmer, but will allow some farmers to challenge federal law, which will not change anytime soon, as I've said, and it restricts their rights right now to sell directly only to their New Hampshire customers. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that overriding this veto is about affordability, about supporting our local farms, and about keeping the government out of decisions that should be made between a New Hampshire farmer and the New Hampshire customers, would I then press the green button to override the governor's veto and support small farmers in New Hampshire? Thank you.
If you're in favor of having the bill become law, you will press the green button. If you are opposed and wish to sustain the governor's veto, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend the state of the vote. 204 voting yea, 116 voting nay. The motion fails to get the two-thirds. Governor's veto is sustained. Representative Plant declared a conflict and recused himself from the vote.
Mr. Speaker.
For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move that I request that the debate from the previous bill be entered into the permanent journal.
Without objection. The House will attend to the governor's veto message on House Bill 1072 relative to employer notice of Department of Labor investigations. The question before the House is, notwithstanding the governor's veto, shall House Bill 1072 become law? The chair recognizes, or it looks like we're going right to, okay. The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote is required to override a veto. The chair recognizes Brian Sullivan for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill would require the Department of Labor to provide 30 days advance notice for inspections, and Mr. Speaker, if I further know that the Department of Labor ought to have the ability to do an unannounced inspection anytime they feel that's appropriate, and finally, if I know the department already provides advance notice when it's prudent and appropriate, would I then press the red button to sustain the governor's veto? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Bree for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know we worked directly with the Department of Labor on this and incorporated every single one of their requests through multiple rounds of revisions, and if I know that almost everything in the business world operates on a 30-day standard schedule, and if I know the department already retains the full legal authority under this bill to demand any document they deem necessary for an investigation into the harm of an employee, then, Mr. Speaker, if I know all this to be true, I'd ask my colleagues to do the right thing for our workers and our businesses. Please press the green button to eliminate unwarranted interruptions in commerce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair would ask that we announce that a roll call is happening, seeing that the men's rooms are in the third floor and the first floor. The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote is required to override a veto. If you're in favor of having the bill become law, you will press the green button. If you are opposed and wish to sustain the governor's veto, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to stay to the vote. 160 voting yea, 159 voting nay. The governor's veto is sustained. The House will attend to the governor's veto message on House Bill 1097, requiring legislative approval of the amendment or a permanent removal of historical markers. The question before the House is, notwithstanding the governor's veto, shall House Bill 1097 become law? The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote is required to override a veto. Would you announce that we're having a roll call? The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote is required to override a veto. The chair recognizes Representative Wade for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that there are better ways to address public input and transparency of changes to historical markers than to bring it within the purview of the legislature, and if I know that the stated goal of this bill is to depoliticize the review process, and the last way to do that is to involve more politicians, and if I know that both Governor Sununu and Governor Ayotte have vetoed this legislation on the basis of separation of powers, would I then press the red button?
Chair recognizes Representative Hill for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill passed the committee 10-0 and on consent here in this House, and across the wall the House, the other body passed it 5-0 in committee and on consent, would I now press the green button and send it the way it should be? Thank you.
If you're in favor of having the bill become law, you will press the green button. If you are opposed and wish to sustain the governor's veto, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will tend to stay to the vote. (193) voting yea, 125 voting nay. It failed to reach the two-thirds. The governor's veto was sustained. I want to announce that we're going to have another roll call. The House will attend the governor's veto message on House Bill 1102, increasing the research and development tax credit cap relative to state park fees for state residents. The question before the House, notwithstanding the governor's veto, shall House Bill 1102 become law? The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote is required to override a veto. If you are in favor of having the bill become law, you will press the green button. If you are opposed and wish to sustain the governor's veto, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Butler. Thank you. Representative Herbert and Burgess, thank you.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will stay to the vote. 231 voting yea, 88 voting nay. Two-thirds motion was passed. The bill becomes law. The veto is overridden. The House will attend to the governor's veto message on House Bill 1184 relative to the issuance of no trespass orders on municipal or school district property. The question before the House is, notwithstanding the governor's veto, shall House Bill 1184 become law? Chair recognizes Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of overriding the governor's veto of House Bill 1184 FN. Both the bill and the Committee of Conference report passed the House with bipartisan support on consent. The governor's veto message claims the bill is unworkable and states local officials are best equipped to determine how to issue no trespass orders. I agree local officials should have the authority to protect public safety, but that authority should never come at the expense of basic due process. What I find unworkable is the current law. Without a statutory process, every municipality and school district has its own process for issuing no trespass orders. It's the Wild West. Under current law, a town or school official can exclude a person from public property for any length of time, for any reason, by verbal or written order without a statutory process for notice, a hearing, or local review. Consider Jeff. Following an argument at the free table at the town transfer station, he was issued a written no trespass order that has remained in effect for 4 years and counting, without a statutory process requiring the order to be reviewed. In another case, a homeless man received a verbal no trespass order covering Nashua Library property and was later arrested and jailed for 33 days simply for walking on a public path in a park adjacent to the library. He had no written order or way to challenge the scope or duration of the no trespass order. House Bill 1184 establishes a fair and reasonable process that balances public safety with individual rights, especially for our most vulnerable citizens. Mr. Speaker, this bill provides a workable process with basic due process protections, notice, an opportunity to be heard, a written decision, and a right to appeal. It does not take away local authority to protect public safety. It simply ensures that basic due process is part of that process. For these reasons, I ask my colleagues to vote yes, to override the governor's veto and push the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This will be a roll call vote. Announce it, please. I was just informed that I misspoke slightly on the last bill. It doesn't become law unless the people on the other side of the wall here vote to override also. The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote is required to override a veto. If you're in favor of having the bill become law, you will press the green button. If you are opposed and wish to sustain the governor's veto, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will stand to vote. 290 voting yea, 29 voting nay. The governor's veto is overridden. The House will attend the governor's veto message on House Bill 1267, prohibiting school district attorneys and non-school personnel from questioning students without their parent or guardian present. The question before the House is, notwithstanding the governor's veto, shall House Bill 1267 become law? Chair recognizes Representative Pentinel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1267 would require public schools to get a parent or guardian's permission before a student is questioned at school by attorneys, law enforcement, or other outside individuals, and it gives adult students the choice to have their parents notified and present. The goal of this bill is to make sure parents are involved when important or serious conversations happen with their children. This would protect students, respect parental rights, and help families stay informed and involved, while also giving schools clear rules to follow, building trust between parents and school districts. Please support overriding the veto of House Bill 1267, which unanimously passed both bodies on voice votes.
Roll call. The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote is required to override a veto. Chair recognizes Representative Hall for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I believe that requiring written parental permission prior to the questioning of a minor student by a law enforcement officer, an attorney, or any non-school personnel is appropriate, and if I believe that an adult student should have the right, if they want, to have a parent or guardian notified and present during any questioning, and finally, if I know that this legislation includes an exception that allows for personnel from DCYF services or law enforcement to question the minor student without parental notification if the question is part of a legitimate child welfare inquiry, then would I now press the green button to override the governor's veto and pass this legislation that protects minor students, protects adult students, and respects parental rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If you are in favor of having the bill become law, you will press the green button. If you are opposed and wish to sustain the governor's veto, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will obtain the state of the vote. Well, I'm not sure, but I think this one overrode the governor's veto. 311 voting yea, 6 nay. The governor's veto is overridden. The House will attend to the governor's veto message on House Bill 1336 relative to regulated conditional deposits. The question before the House is, notwithstanding the governor's veto, shall House Bill 1336 become law? The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote is required to override a veto. If you are in favor of having the bill become law, you will press the green button. If you are opposed and wish to sustain the governor's veto, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will obtain the state of the vote. 159 voting yea, 155 voting nay. The veto is sustained. The House will attend to the governor's veto message on House Bill 1337, repealing the New Hampshire Council on Autism Spectrum Disorders. The question before the House is, notwithstanding the governor's veto, shall House Bill 1337 become law? Chair recognizes Representative Stringham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This isn't the first time this body has tried to kill the Autism and Spectrum Disorder Council. Last session, at the Council's own request, I co-sponsored HB 634 with my friend and colleague from Auburn, a bipartisan fix for its meeting and quorum rules, which this Council had struggled with since COVID. This House chose to amend that bill into a repeal. The Senate restored our reform language, and the House let it die rather than accept a fix. HB 1337 is the second attempt to interfere with the work of the Council. It's a repeal, plain and simple. It strips the Council's role of the very important Blue Envelope program, which it itself created, which helps troopers and drivers with autism navigate a traffic stop safely. It removes its seat on the Development Services Quality Council, cutting families off from a voice in their own care. Governor Ayotte vetoed this for the right reason. The Council is active, it's engaged, it's almost no cost to the taxpayers, and it's valued by the Department of Motor Vehicles. Let's keep it going. We know the answer here. Vote no on the override, sustain the veto. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Wayne McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there's one thing that I think we can all agree on, it's the governor can be very aggressive with her veto pen. There was at least one veto of the many she has issued which has disappointed or angered every single one of us in this chamber. Regarding this one in particular, the governor said in her veto message that the Council on Autism Spectrum Disorders remained an active group and provided valuable feedback to the Division of Motor Vehicles from parents, among others. It's important to correct the governor's statement. The Council has become a somewhat active organization after this bill to repeal it was filed. This bill was filed because parents of autistic children were being ill-served by the Council and asked for its repeal. This past year, we dealt with an historic number of bills totaling almost 900 in this chamber. And as we consider all of the hundreds of boards, study committees, commissions, and councils that exist, and the all too many of them that are failing in their mission, how many more bills would we have to file if legislation was the only answer to correct these failures? Without question, autism spectrum disorders deserve attention. The question is how best to achieve this. This bill, as passed by both bodies, does not end the Council's existence until the end of next year. If the Council continues to be more active and ultimately fulfills its mission, then there will be no reason to end it. Without this deadline, it is highly questionable if its efforts will continue. Recent requests from a parent of an autistic child have still resulted in a failure to provide all meeting minutes, attendance records of council members, council votes, and overall proof of when a proper quorum to conduct business exists. Of particular interest is the fact that the council failed to provide feedback it had given to motor vehicles or how DMV had come to rely on it. Remember, this was offered as a major reason for the governor's veto in the first place. I urge you all to vote in favor of overriding the governor's veto, thereby holding this body accountable and also giving it a chance to prove itself over the course of the next year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This will be a roll call. The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote is required to override a veto. Chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the council is actually active and engaged, if I know that we were told by members of the autism spectrum community that they want this council to continue because there is no other forum in which their voices can be heard effectively, if I would like to avoid unnecessary extra legislation to undo what we did next year, and finally, if I agree that the governor got it right, would I now vote no to sustain the veto? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Wayne McDonald for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that autism spectrum disorder is an important issue that deserves attention, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Council on Autism and Spectrum Disorder has only truly begun to meet its responsibilities since this legislation was filed, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that this legislation gives the Council a year to fulfill its responsibilities and demonstrate that it should continue, then, Mr. Speaker, would I press the green button and vote in favor of overriding the governor's veto. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote is required to override a veto. If you're in favor of having the bill become law, you will press the green button. If you are opposed and wish to sustain the governor's veto, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, also obtain the state of the vote. (148) voting nay, 172 voting nay. The governor's veto is sustained.
The House will attend to the governor's veto message on House Bill 1358, establishing a commission to study transitioning all public schools to public charter schools. The question before the House is, notwithstanding the governor's veto, shall House Bill 1358 become law? State Constitution requires a roll call. Two-thirds roll call is required to override the veto. Roll call. Nice echo. The question before the House is the governor's veto of House Bill 1358. This is a roll call vote. If you are in favor of it becoming law, press the green button. To sustain the veto, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Lemus? Thank you.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 150 in the affirmative, 166 in the negative. The motion fails. The House will attend to the governor's veto message on House Bill 1369 relative to the manner of posting the warrant for town meetings. Representative Boulier is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democracy dies in darkness is the well-known motto of the Washington Post. Democracy, if we do not override this veto here today, democracy dies in the back pages might as well become the unofficial motto of our special town meetings. The fact that the newspaper business is on a long terminal decline, ironically, has been well reported. Last year, Pew Research found that 40% of Americans never get news from printed newspapers or magazines, compared to just 7% of Americans who often do get their news from printed sources. Unsurprisingly, New Hampshire has lost over a third of its newspapers in the last 2 decades. Yet, despite their dwindling relevance, newspapers are still the only allowed option for posting a copy of a special town meeting warrant under RSA 39:4, a statute that has not changed since 1945. HB 1369 updates this statute to allow towns to pick 2 out of 3 options: posting it at the place of meeting and one other public place, posting it prominently on the front page of the town's website, or continuing the New Hampshire tradition of newspaper ads if the town is still lucky enough to have a local paper. Which 2 out of these 3 options are used for special town meetings is left up to local control. For regular town meetings, this bill also requires a copy of the warrant to be posted prominently on the town website if one exists, in addition to the existing physical posting requirements. To be clear, this bill requires a higher level of transparency for both special and regular town meetings than what currently exists in New Hampshire law. It does not reduce notice requirements as implied by the veto message. Far more of our constituents have internet access than newspaper subscriptions. I urge you to press green so our tradition of local democracy will live on even if our local papers do not.
This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. All right, the question is the governor's veto on House Bill 1369. If you're in favor of having the bill become law, press the green button. If you're opposed, press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 305 in the affirmative, 12 in the negative. The motion passes. The House will attend to the governor's veto message on House Bill 1422 relative to the time to petition for a new trial. Representative Lynn is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of overriding the governor's veto on this bill. The governor's veto, this bill, first of all, creates an exception to current law which says that there is a 3-year time limitation to apply to move for a new trial in both criminal and civil cases. This bill created an exception to that so that a motion for a new trial in criminal cases could be made beyond the 3-year limitation if it was based on newly discovered evidence. You should understand that the way the current law is that the 3-year limit applies across the board. Only 3 other states have such a limitation. The governor's veto message said basically there's no need for this bill because there are other remedies that are available. The problem is, and she referred to habeas corpus and coram nobis proceedings. I'm not going to get into a long discussion of those, but the important thing is to say those remedies generally apply only when there's been a constitutional violation. The problem is that if somebody gets a fair trial, there's no prosecutorial misconduct, there's no other errors committed by the judge, and they are convicted, there's no constitutional violation. And the fact that some new evidence comes to light after 3 years, even if it's pretty compelling evidence, it's really sort of an open question as to whether or not that would be a constitutional basis to grant a new trial. But obviously, we're not in the business here of letting innocent people stay in jail. But the way the law reads now is if the newly discovered evidence occurred beyond 3 years, you would have that potential that there would be no, and there's been no constitutional violation. You'd have the potential of saying, too bad, even though you're innocent, too bad, you were convicted in a fair trial, and that's the end of it. That just is fundamentally inconsistent with our system. This bill passed on a bipartisan basis in this body. It was on a voice vote, and also in the other body. I believe it was on a voice vote there also. I urge you to press the green button to override the veto. Thank you.
This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The question is the governor's veto of 1422. Representative Rombo is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill changes only the deadline, not the legal standard, and that every petitioner must still satisfy the demanding requirements for a new trial based on newly discovered evidence, and if I know that wrongful convictions undermine public safety, because when the wrong person is convicted, the actual offender may remain free, and accuracy protects everyone. And if I further know that this is a bipartisan, measured reform, does not guarantee relief for anyone, and merely allows a judge to consider credible, newly discovered evidence for up to 10 years after conviction, would I now support the unanimous vote of the Judiciary Committee, the voice vote of the House, and the voice vote of the other body, all supporting HB 1422 without objection, and push the green button to overturn the veto? Thank you.
Questions the governor's veto of House Bill 1422. If you're in favor of having the bill become law, press the green button. If you're opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 314 in the affirmative, 7 in the negative. The veto is overridden. The House will attend to the governor's veto message on House Bill 1442, permitting classification of individuals based on biological sex under certain circumstances. Representative Wade is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the last debate on HB 1442, I was told that these bills aren't about me. I was told that I am effectively one of the good ones. I was told that because the member from Derry couldn't tell I was trans just by looking at me, that meant that I was safe and that I wouldn't have been discriminated against under this bill. And by saying that I would be safe, that admits to everyone in this room that the enforcement mechanism being used is based on whether someone passes, purely based on their appearance. But appearance is not definitive proof, and it will result in the exact situations that I've warned about time and time again. Some women look masculine. Some men look feminine, not by choice, but just from their genetics. Because people look different. Some men have high-pitched voices. Some women have low-pitched voices. Someone's voice is not proof. Hair length is not proof. Clothing is not proof. Our bodies don't all fit into these categories, and that's okay. You can't use these arbitrary metrics because none of them work in the real world. That goes for restrooms and for every other scenario listed under this bill. If someone commits a crime in the restroom, arrest them, prosecute them. It doesn't matter if they're trans or not. The actions of individuals do not permit you to discriminate against an entire class of people and ban them from public life. That is, by definition, collective punishment. And lastly, I want to address the point that this bill isn't about me, because it absolutely is, according to the language written in it. It doesn't matter that I'm 7 years into my transition and haven't stepped foot in a men's room for all of that time. It doesn't matter that I've had bottom surgery. Because I don't have functional ovarian tissue, and because my SRY gene wasn't expressed in fetal development 24 years ago, none of that matters, according to this bill. I've gotten to know many of you in my first term as a state rep, and you might think that I am the exception and not the rule when it comes to trans people. But that's not true. I am, by most accounts, an average trans woman. Most of us are terrified to come out publicly because many people who've known us for years have never learned about our identity. Every person in this building has probably used the restroom with a trans person, and guess what? You were fine. You survived because nothing happened. Even when I go to the doctor's office sometimes, they ask me when my last period was to put on my chart after I've told them that I'm trans. If they can't tell, how do you think this is going to go? When a stranger says, "Oh, I think your voice was a little low-pitched," and tries to call the cops on you, it's not going to work that way. Congresswoman Nancy Mace is the one who led the charge on implementing a bathroom ban in the U.S. Capitol building. And literally a few weeks after they instituted that policy, she followed a tour group that was just browsing the Capitol, enjoying their time. She followed them into the restroom and accused them of being trans, and she was wrong. This has happened so many times where there are going to be these false positives, and that is why this bill is unenforceable, plain and simple. Even attempting to enforce it creates so many privacy concerns and false accusations that it would only create an environment of fear for everyone who doesn't fit the stereotypical definition of masculine or feminine, whether they are trans or whether they aren't. Last time, I asked if you could prove that I am transgender, and I received no answer. Now I'd ask you, if you were accused of being transgender, how would you prove that wrong? Because that was what will happen all across this state if we pass this bill. And that is why the governor rightly vetoed it. That is why, once again, I am urging all of you to put this issue to rest by pressing the red button so we can focus on the actual issues that matter to our constituents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That was awesome. I just had to think it. Representative Leon's recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member from Derry who was referred to by the previous speaker, I would like to note that it was a gross mischaracterization of what was said in the debate, and unfortunately, that's consistent with the debate on these bills. There are many things that are said and banted about that are really not the issue. The issue here is the fact that the trans community has failed to police themselves and others who are claiming a trans identity The problem here is that there has been nothing that has come forward in order to deal with people who are falsely claiming an identity in order to get access to women's bathrooms and girls' bathrooms. There is nothing that is being done from the community who says that their rights are being violated, and instead it's our right to violate the rights of girls. We need everybody to stand together and ensure that we do not have predators hiding under the label of transgender. And
The House will be in order. Member will suspend for a minute. I'd like to point out, she came over here a little wound because she believed that her statements were being mischaracterized, and she stayed over there silent while the other member continued. She deserves the same courtesy whether you like what she's saying or not. The member will continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We need a solution to people who are getting access to spaces for nefarious reasons. We would like to have one that does not impact people who are just going about their business and trying to go to the bathroom. The ball is in your court to overturn this and make sure that the women's rooms are women's rooms, or to make sure that that the community polices people who are just trying to get inappropriate access. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and please vote to overturn the veto.
Representative Heath Howard is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Did y'all change your name?
Oh, sorry.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The arguments against basic human rights and the dignity of trans people are, as they always are, disingenuous, based not in fact, surrounded by fear, and built with ignorance, and often openly cruel. The policing of who uses which bathroom is designed to alienate, humiliate, and harms trans people, but will inevitably also lead to the harassment against anyone whose appearance doesn't fall in line with other people's expectations of gender. And for anyone who wants to make this discussion about mutilated children, I ask you to put even a fraction of the energy being concerned about this into the arms manufacturers right here in New Hampshire that are making weapons that mutilate and kill children in Palestine, as well as our schools across this country. Basic civil rights for trans people should not be up for debate. They never should have been, and they certainly shouldn't be now. Stop this culture war and vote red. Thank you.
And Representative Kuchab, if that is indeed your name, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My apologies for before. This bill is really about privacy and dignity, and privacy and dignity should not be controversial. The majority of restrooms are designed differently based on biological differences between men and women. And they're labeled men and women. There are some family rooms, but most restrooms are labeled men and women. And there's an expectation when you enter a restroom that's labeled women that there's going to be other women in there, and you're expecting to have that privacy. This isn't to degrade anybody. It's meant that everybody should have that privacy. And when you expect that there's only going to be somebody in there that's a woman, that should be how it is. This bill only applies to bathrooms, locker rooms, sports, prisons, and mental health hospitals. And it doesn't mandate that it has to happen. It just says that if a business wants to give that respect between a men and a women's room, that they can, and that that's not discrimination. For years and years and years, we've had men and women's rooms. We don't have many co-ed bathrooms or co-ed locker rooms. If they were meant to be co-ed, it would just say co-ed. It wouldn't say men and it wouldn't say women, but they don't. They're not co-ed. So I ask you to overturn the veto. I know that many won't change their mind on it, but I do think that dignity and respect shouldn't have to be controversial. Thank you.
This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. question before the House is notwithstanding the governor's veto, shall House Bill 1442 become law? Representative Wade is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that HB 1442 is one in a long line of bills, statewide and nationwide, that seeks to roll back non-discrimination protections for trans people, and if I know that I would also support increasing privacy in restrooms by having the door actually go down to the floor, and I think that would frankly be better for everyone involved, and if I know that these bathroom ban bills have been vetoed by Governor Sununu and Governor Ayotte 5 times in the last 2 years, and finally, if I know that passing this bill will only create an environment of fear and does nothing to protect any of our constituents, then would I now press the red button to sustain the governor's veto?
Representative Kuchab is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that women deserve privacy, and if I know that if a bathroom is labeled women, that women should be in that bathroom, and if I know that multiple genders are meant to be in a location that it could otherwise be labeled co-ed, and that entering a women's space is not proper, then would I now press the green button to override this veto? Thank you.
This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor of the bill becoming law, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? Okay, the House will attend to the state of the vote. 165 in the affirmative, 149 in negative. The veto is sustained. For what purpose does a member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
And if you've got it on your bingo cards, I move that the debate on the previous bill be printed in the permanent journal.
Without objection, so ordered. The chair recognizes the clerk.
All right, members of the House, a few lunchtime announcements. Before you leave today, please remember to clean out your mailboxes. And if you are not running for re-election and have a locker, please return your lock to the House Clerk's office staff. Thank you.
Representative Dan McGuire is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A fun fact is that there are more birthdays in August than any other month. For example, my close colleague from Epsom a few days ago, myself today, former President Clinton is 80 years old today. And so we have cake in the cafeteria to the first 288 comers. Thank you.
And the House is in recess until 1:30.
The House will come to order. For what reason does a member rise?
I'd like to make a motion.
State your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move that we reconsider House Bill 396, and I voted in the prevailing side.
That is a proper motion. For what reason does a member rise?
Inquiry of the chair.
Yes?
Mr. Speaker, my understanding was that the vote on that bill, if I find it, was 204, which was the majority, but the prevailing side was the 166. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Yes, prevailed, yeah.
So my question would be, would my friend have voted in the 166 side of the question?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's okay.
All right, the motion before us is to reconsider House Bill 396. Are you ready for the question? Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats.
Am I allowed to speak to my motion? Am I allowed to speak to the motion?
Just do a PI. Okay. The motion before us is that to reconsider House Bill 396. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Flanagan for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that certain people have known people in the agricultural department for 16 years and they got the phone call from them right away, but if those same people realize that we're dealing with small farmers, not large farmers that we've been debating at, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that if this bill doesn't work, that we can pass another one to remove it, would you please join me in voting for the reconsideration in an affirmative way?
Chair recognizes Representative Germana for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know the consequences of passing this legislation are too big to believe that passing just any bill is better than passing no bill at all, if I know that the body across the wall made changes that water down the safety protections we put in the bill, If I know that it lost the first time around by 38 votes in this body, and if I know that we have a lot more work to do for the rest of the day, would I vote no and not reconsider 396?
The motion before us is to reconsider House Bill 396. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had the opportunity to vote?
Representative Woodcock, how do you vote? Thank you. Anyone else?
Is all members present had the opportunity to vote? House will attend the state of the vote. 187 voting yea, 120 voting nay. Reconsideration passes. The question before the House. I hope so. I don't know.
We already had the debate.
We already had the debate. So the motion before us now is back to the veto of 396. It still takes 2/3 to pass this. And this will be a roll call vote. The House will attend to the governor's veto message on House Bill 390. House will be in order. Relative to possession of cattle, swine, sheep, and goats at facilities not certified by the United States Department of Agriculture. The question before the House is notwithstanding the governor's veto, so House Bill 396 become law. The state constitution requires a roll call. 2/3 vote is required to override a veto. Chair recognizes Representative Germana for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this attempted overriding the 396 failed by 38 votes the first time that we voted on this, and if I know over lunch we haven't lost 38 votes, would I get on with the business of the day and vote red to sustain the governor's veto?
Chair recognizes Representative King for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the vote was actually only failed by like 10 votes, and if I also believe that the bill is still a really good bill, and if I also believe that some hearts and minds have been changed over the course of the lunch period, then would I press the green button to support overriding the governor's veto? Thank you.
If you're in favor of having the bill become law, you will press the green button. If you are opposed and wish to sustain the governor's veto, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will obtain the state of the vote. 202 voting yea, 107 voting nay. The governor's veto is sustained. For what reason does the member rise?
I would just like to apologize for my bad math. It was not intentional. I am genuinely that bad at math.
The House will attend a governor's veto message on House Bill 1491 relative to pooled risk management programs. The question before the House is, notwithstanding the governor's veto, shall House Bill 1491 become law? This will be a roll call vote. The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote is required to override a veto. If you're in favor of having the bill become law, you will press the green button. If you are opposed and wish to sustain the governor's veto, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will obtain the state of the vote. 160 voting yea, 148 voting nay. The motion fails. The governor's veto is sustained. The House will attend the governor's veto message on House Bill 1565 relative to the penalty for false reports of suspected abuse and neglect made to the Division for Children, Youth, and Families relative to owners' project manager services for school building aid projects and relative to long-term care eligibility, making an appropriation therefore. The question before the House is, notwithstanding the governor's veto, shall House Bill 1665 become law? The chair recognizes Representative Petrogrino.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the legislation before us has good intentions. It seeks to prevent false and malicious reports of child abuse and neglect to DCYF, but it's important to note that if such a report were to be made, the caller would nonetheless still remain anonymous, so we'd never know who made the call in the first place. It's true that should this become law, it may make some bad actors think twice before they make such a call, but we believe, and the governor agrees, that it may also make some good faith callers hesitant. They may not be sure, but their gut tells them otherwise, yet they may fear potential consequences should they be in error. But we know that it's always best to err on the side of caution, and in this case, it's best to lean on the side of child protection, first and foremost, regardless of any other factors. So I ask that you vote to sustain the governor's veto. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Notter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1565 also includes a much-needed fix for our county nursing homes that will allow them to continue making payroll and paying for expenses while awaiting federal reimbursement, which could take 9 months or longer. The appropriation mentioned is only $1 to open the fund, but the funding for that fund won't happen until the next biennium budget. HB 1565 also addresses a serious gap in our child protection system. Today, there are no consequences for someone who intentionally files a false and malicious accusation. Good faith reports must always be protected, but deliberate falsehoods that traumatize children must not be allowed to continue without accountability. I want to share the experience of a friend of mine here in New Hampshire whose family lived through exactly the kind of harm this bill seeks to prevent. Her children were taken from her home based on accusations that were later shown to be false. They were removed with no warning and no opportunity to gather their belongings. Police and Child Protective Services came to the door armed and took the children. The children were told that they would return the next day to collect their stuffed animals and personal items, but they didn't go back. After more than a year, this case is still ongoing. She and her husband are required to have separate attorneys, and the financial burden is overwhelming. They can only hope that they will not lose their home before this process ends. All this while trying to prove their innocence. This is what happens when a malicious accusation enters a system with no mechanism to respond proportionately. Children are separated from loving parents for weeks, months, sometimes longer. Families drain their life savings, and the individual who knowingly made the false accusation faces no consequences at all. HB 1565 is narrow and precise. It does not touch anonymous reporting. It does not penalize anyone acting in good faith. It focuses solely on intentional, malicious accusations that result in harm to a child. It ensures our child protection system cannot be misused or weaponized. This is a matter of accountability, fairness, and basic protection for children. For families who have endured this trauma and to prevent others from suffering the same harm, I urge you to override the governor's veto of House Bill 1565 by pressing the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, this will be a roll call. Members, take your seats. The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote is required to override a veto. Chair recognizes Representative Petrogrino for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that bad actors who would make false and malicious reports of child abuse and neglect to DCYF would still remain anonymous, and if I believe that good faith callers may be hesitant to file a sincere report for fear of inadvertently being in error and thus potentially putting children in harm's way, would I press the red button to sustain the governor's veto to err on the side of caution to protect children from abuse and neglect? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Splain for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that families in New Hampshire have been asking for some sort of relief and some way to dissuade bad actors from making knowingly false reports with intent to harm their families for years, and we finally put that legislation through both bodies and passed it. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that part of this legislation also includes a fix for our county nursing homes that is much needed and they've been asking for a long time as well, that will allow them to continue their payroll and their expenses without having to create a buffer fund that taxes the county higher while they're waiting for federal reimbursement, and that it only funds that to open it with $1 because this needs to go through the regular budget process. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that although bad actors can still remain anonymous, that this will make them think twice and will protect families and children from unnecessary trauma, would I press green?
If you're in favor of having the bill become law, you will press the green button. If you are opposed and wish to sustain the governor's veto, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to say to the vote. 168 voting yea, 140 voting nay. The motion fails. The governor's veto is sustained. I also attend to the governor's veto message on House Bill 1610, allowing school districts to annually retain year-end unassigned general funds. The question before the House is, notwithstanding the governor's veto, shall House Bill 1610 become law? Chair recognizes Representative Weinstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill rolls back a law that nearly every school district in the state relies on to reduce risk to local property taxpayers and reduce volatility in local property tax rates. And it immediately rescinds the decisions made by voters and flushes school district contingency funds so they can't be used. Let's vote no and keep this bill on the trash pile where it belongs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, I rise today to ask my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in overriding the governor's veto. Let me go into this. What I have here is HB 1610 is not a partisan bill. It is common sense fiscal policy that delivers a win for every single constituency we represent. That means our school districts, our taxpayers, and also local leaders. For the school districts, HB 1610 provides critical financial stability. Under certain law, when the school district manages its money wisely in the end of the year with unassigned general funds, those dollars vanish back into the general fund pool unless an indefinite authorization exists. HB 1610 gives local voters the it's every year, annual power to return up to 3% of their annual budget or their gross operating budget. 3%. So think about this, what this means. When a heating system fails in January or special ed costs rise or spikes during the year, our boards won't be forced to freeze academic programs or cut sports or panic. They will have a voter-approved safety net to keep the heating system working, the classrooms running, without taking funds from another account, which could cause the disruption of our children's education. For our taxpayers, the bill is a direct safeguard against sudden property tax spikes. No one likes property tax spikes, especially these days. Without an emergency fund, unexplained district cost triggers special town meetings, supplemental appropriations, and immediate tax hikes on families and retirees on fixed incomes. For anybody running for office, Democrat or Republican, this bill demonstrates that you care about the good governance, local control, and fiscal responsibility, accountability. This veto misses the mark because it denies the local communities the flexibility to practice good, sound financial planning. HB 1610 encourages financial responsibility. It rewards districts for coming in under budget by letting them save a portion for emergencies. This bill also protects the schools, protects our local property taxes, taxpayers, and restores power to local voters. And lastly, I'll say, how can our governor get it right, but also get it wrong on the veto? Because in this bill, it said it was to go live upon approval, upon her voting it to pass. But it also said in another section 2, it also said it used June 30th, 2027. So the point was to go live immediately upon passage, was so the districts come March would have a ballot, would have a warrant on there to say, do you want to save 3% for emergencies? All right, and that would take effect in June or at the end of June with whatever money was left over from the general fund, up to 3% of the gross budget they would be able to put aside for the next school year. So because there was 2 different dates there, she got it right, she got it wrong, and I think overall she just misunderstood. And this is a good bill, and it's good for the taxpayers, and it's good for our community. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call. The state constitution requires a roll call. A 2/3 vote is required to override a veto. Chair recognizes Representative Crechian for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Simply put, if I know this bill is bad for schools and bad for taxpayers, but especially bad for kids, would I press the red button to keep this in the dumpster where it belongs? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know HB 1610 rescinds all existing indefinite authorizations made by local school boards, allowing for the retention and spending of unassigned general funds. And if I know this bill mandates that an unassigned general fund balance exceeding 3% of the current fiscal year's budget appropriation total must be applied to the setting the tax rate for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2027. And if I know the state's K through 12 population is smaller every year, but education spending continues to grow while property owners and families are struggling with affordability, would I then support this opportunity to address this unsustainable education tax rate situation by pressing the green button to override the governor's veto? Thank you.
If you're in favor of having the bill become law, you'll press the green button. If you are opposed and wish to sustain the governor's veto, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Lamontagne. Yea or nay? Thank you.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will obtain the state of the vote. (162) voting yea, 148 voting nay. The motion fails. The governor's veto is sustained. For what reason does the member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker. Having voted on the prevailing side on HB 1491, I move reconsideration and urge the body to vote yes.
All right. The motion before us is reconsideration on House Bill 1491. We have no requests for anything at this point, except for Representative Hunt has disappeared on me. There he is. Representative Hunt would like to do a parliamentary inquiry on
Thank you, Mr.
reconsideration.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that I am the sponsor of this bill, and I know that there was another risk pool bill that was on the Senate side, if I know that the Senate tactfully scheduled their session after we're done, so if I know there's a high probability that they will not accept this bill and that they would only accept, they will pass their bill and send it over to us, and we may be tempted to vote for it, and that's the one that's really a bad bill. If I know that the best thing to do right now is let this bill die, and we'll bring up the issue again next year. If I know this is what the governor said, she didn't like the idea of shopping regulators, and I know that if I believe that that is probably true, that would I now vote no on the pending motion.
Motion before us is to reconsider 1491. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The nays have it. 1491 is not reconsidered. The House will attend the governor's veto on message on House Bill 1643 relative to the report of a guardian ad litem. The question before the House is notwithstanding the governor's veto, shall House Bill 1643 become law? Chair recognizes Representative Petrogrino.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's an old saying that says you don't throw out the baby with the bathwater, meaning that you don't want to lose something valuable while trying to get rid of something undesirable. And that's exactly what this legislation would do, as it seeks to address concerns with guardian ad litems, but would take away from the courts an important resource to help determine the best interest of children in legal disputes involving child custody, divorce, or child welfare. Instead of removing the court's discretion to request that a guardian ad litem make related recommendations after appropriate investigations and analysis, it would be best to address matters of training, oversight, qualifications, and the complaint process. This bill does not do that, and the governor agrees. So let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater and vote to sustain the governor's veto. Thank you very much.
The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote is required to override a veto. Roll call. Chair recognizes Representative Petrogrino for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was unaware that there's no one on the other side, but if I believe that guardian ad litem's investigative work and subsequently their analysis and recommendations assist the courts in making good judgments in the best interests of children, and if I believe that any issues of concern related to guardian ad litem is a matter of training, oversight, qualifications, and the complaint process rather than the role that the guardian plays, would I press the red button to sustain the governor's veto? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote is required to override a veto. If you are in favor of having a bill become law, you will press the green button. If you are opposed and wish to sustain the governor's veto, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had the opportunity to vote. Also attend the state of the vote. 157 voting yea, 152 voting nay. The motion fails. The governor's veto is sustained. Roll call. Roll call. The House will attend to the governor's veto message on House Bill 1726 relative to the sale of surplus state-owned land, establishing a commission to study the sale of state-owned property. The question before the House is, notwithstanding the governor's veto, shall House Bill 1726 become law? The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote is required to override a veto. If you're in favor of having the bill become law, you will press the green button. If you are opposed and wish to sustain the governor's veto, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Don't? Okay. I'm squared away now. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attain the state of the vote. All right. 101 voting yea, 206 voting nay. The motion fails. Governor's veto is sustained. It straightens itself out. The House will attend to the governor's veto message on House Bill 1766 relative to cruelty to livestock. The question before the House is, notwithstanding the governor's veto, shall House Bill 1766 become law? The chair recognizes Representative Bixby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, HB 1766 deals with animal cruelty to livestock. And one of the problems with our current laws for animal cruelty to livestock is that there are basically two procedures by which animals can be confiscated if there is a suspicion, an allegation of animal cruelty. And one of these has clear due process procedures, and the other has no clear due process whatsoever. And what's been happening is that there have been seizures of livestock that have been done under the mechanism that does not have clear due process. So if there is an allegation of cruelty to livestock and there is a charge filed against the person who, the owner or manager of that livestock, then there are clear due process provisions that go into place in terms of how quickly there must be a disposition hearing for the livestock, how the livestock is taken care of after the seizure, and what sorts of rights the owner or manager has in order to contest it. But there is also a provision that allows for the seizure of livestock if there is suspected harm to the animals, and that was intended to be if there is no one present taking care of the animals, but it is not clearly written in state law in our statutes right now. So there's ambiguity in that. That statute also allows not only sworn law enforcement officers, but also agents of humane societies to order the confiscation. Now, this is a real problem because there is actually no definition of a humane society in our statutes. There is no such thing as a duly licensed humane society, because the only licensing that humane societies are required to have is licensing as pet vendors and as livestock dealers. So giving a humane society the power to confiscate animals is, on that basis, is about the same as giving a pet store, like I'm not going to use a specific pet store's name, but a pet store, the ability to confiscate animals. We don't do that. We don't allow private organizations or individuals to have the power of confiscating property. Or actually, we shouldn't, but current law allows that. And what 1766 does is it corrects this problem. It establishes a clear, consistent set of due process procedures that involve having the state veterinarian or a designee establish that there is probable cause for there being animal cruelty taking place, and then having law enforcement take care of, be responsible for any sort of confiscation that is ordered. So this does not put animals in more jeopardy. It simply makes sure that the procedures for dealing with cases of alleged animal cruelty are dealt with clear due process. So whatever horrors some organizations may say would happen if we pass this is just false. This bill really is just to clarify how due process works in these cases, and it is important for the rights of animal owners, and it is important for the health of animals, and I hope that you will join us in overriding this veto so we can get good, clear, unambiguous animal cruelty laws into statute. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill because law enforcement, animal welfare professionals, and taxpayers oppose this bill because it would make it more difficult and costly to investigate animal cruelty cases, put responsibility on law enforcement to house livestock, which they are not prepared to do, and lead to the killing of abused but otherwise healthy animals. Farmers who are doing the right thing have nothing to worry about under current law. Seizures of animals still requires probable cause under existing law, and the failure to define a humane society is an administrative oversight, and I agree that that's something that should be corrected, but that's something that can be corrected either with separate legislation for that purpose or could be corrected by legislation. It doesn't require overturning the established process for conducting animal cruelty investigations. Humane societies investigating allegations of abuse is our long-standing, and then housing animals is our long-standing tradition in New Hampshire. It's the tradition in over 2/3 of states. So this is uncharted waters that proponents of this bill are trying to thrust us into. Societies for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals have had investigative authority under New Hampshire law since 1870. We shouldn't throw away a 156-year-old system that still works just because one special interest group wants it. Unless there's space for a cow in your town's police lockup, please vote no and press the red button to sustain the veto.
Chair recognizes Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I rise today in support of overriding Governor Ayotte's veto of HB 1766. This legislation is the product of years of work. The honorable member from Dover, myself, and others have worked carefully to refine this legislation and make it as strong, practical, and fair as possible. HB 1766 is needed because when the government takes the extraordinary step of removing someone's livestock, there must be both protection for the animal and fairness of the owner. This bill is not about taking power away from law enforcement. It is not about making it harder to protect animals. And it certainly is not about allowing animal cruelty to continue. It is about something fundamental to our system of government: due process, qualified expertise, and fairness under the law. Livestock are not simply large versions of household pets. They are agricultural animals whose care, treatment, housing, nutrition, and medical needs require specialized knowledge. That is why HB 1766 establishes safeguards to ensure that when the state takes the extraordinary step of confiscating livestock, those decisions are informed by appropriate veterinarian and livestock expertise. The bill provides meaningful protection. When livestock are confiscated, the owner receives written notice explaining what happened and how custody can be challenged. The owner has the right to seek an examination by a veterinarian of their choice. The courts must prioritize these cases with the status hearing within 14 days. And if the owner is not charged within 7 days, the livestock must be returned. Those are not obstacles to animal welfare. Those are protections for animal welfare and constitutional fairness. The governor's veto message argues that HB 1766 could hinder local officials and increase suffering. But we should look at what the legislation actually does. It establishes a clearer process. It brings appropriate expertise into livestock welfare decisions. It provides owners with notice and an opportunity to challenge the government's action. And it provides the courts with a mechanism for timely review. We should also remember what a livestock seizure means to the owner. These animals may represent years of breeding, substantial financial investment, a family's livelihood, or the continuation of a working farm. Removing those animals is an extraordinary exercise of government authority. When government exercises that kind of authority, we should expect it to be exercised carefully, consistently, and with proper expertise. That does not mean ignoring cruelty. It means making sure allegations are investigated properly, and that people making critical decisions have the knowledge necessary to distinguish genuine neglect from legitimate agricultural practices. HB 1766 does not prevent livestock from being seized when circumstances require immediate action. Instead, it establishes a framework for handling those situations responsibly while providing safeguards against unnecessary or prolonged confiscation. That balance is exactly what we should expect from New Hampshire legislation. We have a responsibility to protect animals from cruelty. We also have a responsibility to protect property rights, due process, and the integrity of our agricultural community. Those principles do not conflict. HB 1766 recognizes that they can and should exist together. This legislature considered this issue carefully. The House passed the legislation. The Senate amended and passed it, and the House concurred with those amendments. The bill ultimately reached the governor after going through that legislative process. Now, we have an opportunity to stand behind the protections this legislature enacted. I ask my colleagues to look beyond the rhetoric surrounding this veto and look at what HB 1766 actually does. It protects animals. It protects due process. It brings qualified expertise into the process. It provides law enforcement with a clearer framework. And it gives the courts a mechanism for timely review. That is not bad legislation. That is responsible legislation. For the sake of livestock, the sake of New Hampshire farmers and agricultural families, and for the sake of fairness under the law, I urge my colleagues and all of you to vote to override Governor Ayotte's veto of HB 1766. Thank you.
The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote is required to override a veto. Chair recognizes Judy Aaron for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill strengthens due process in reported cases of livestock abuse and neglect, and also ensures that anyone who may later take custody of seized animals cannot help decide to seize them, thereby creating a proper conflict of interest firewall. And if I know that it adds opportunity for veterinarian expertise to make determinations regarding a report of animal neglect where current law requires none in these cases, and if I know that there's no fiscal impact incurred by this bill, and if I also know that this bill does not increase any animal's pain and suffering, it requires court calendar priority, a 10-day return deadline, and nursing mother protections, all of which shorten the window animals spend in contested custody, along with the fact that quick intervention will still happen when an animal's life is in imminent danger. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that provisions in this bill ensure that suffering livestock are humanely dealt with quickly and healthy animals are properly cared for by treating veterinarians, would I then press the green button to overturn this governor's veto? Thank you very much.
If you are in favor of having the bill become law, you will press the green button. If you are opposed and wish to sustain the governor's veto, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Farrington. Thank you.
Have all members voted that are eligible?
Oh, wait 1 minute.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to say to the vote. 249 voting aye, 56 voting nay. The motion passes. The governor's veto is overridden. Okay, we are all done with the House bills. The House will attend to a Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has voted to override the governor's veto on the following bills. Senate Bill 434, relative to regulation of public school materials.
The question before the House is, notwithstanding the governor's veto, shall Senate Bill 434 become law? Roll call. The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote is required to override a veto. Chair recognizes Representative Kruger for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I believe that the students of New Hampshire should have the freedom to read, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that school districts in New Hampshire have existing protocols to address parental concerns over literary value, and finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that teachers, librarians, and administrators are the experts in choosing the reading materials, plays, artwork, movies, and videos to use in our schools, then press the red button to sustain this veto. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Penner-Knoll for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that today I am sparing you the storybook lesson from the chairman of the Education Policy Committee, and if I know that 3 years ago or 4 years ago, however many years ago, that when the material from the libraries in the public school was being disseminated in the committee, that my instinct was to shield the 18-year-old representative from Salem from looking at this material. Would I now press the green button to override the governor's veto on SB 434?
If you're in, House will be in order. If you're in favor of having the bill become law, you will press the green button. If you are opposed and wish to sustain the governor's veto, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will obtain a state of the vote. (165) voting yea, 140 voting nay. The motion fails. Governor's veto is sustained. The House will attend to a Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has voted to override the governor's veto on the following bill, Senate Bill 468, relative to enabling alternative treatment centers to operate a greenhouse cultivation location.
Question before the House is notwithstanding the governor's veto, shall Senate Bill 468 become law? Chair recognizes Representative Wayne McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bipartisan bill which passed both this body and the body across the hall on voice votes. It requires that the Department of Health and Human Services adopt rules for alternative treatment centers to operate a greenhouse cultivation location. Such rules will address the nature of the location and security. An alternative treatment center requesting such authority will be required to submit a detailed proposal to DHHS and will include the center's plans to reduce energy costs and provide lower prices for registered qualifying patients. If the proposal is approved, it will enable the center to better serve those who benefit from cannabis for therapeutic use. Also, DHHS is required to solicit input from patients, caregivers, and the residents of the community in which a potential greenhouse cultivation effort would be located. Finally, the center would be required to issue an annual report to DHHS, which would include the impact of the cultivation on energy costs and product prices. This bill made good sense when we passed it, and it makes good sense now. I urge you to vote to override the governor's veto. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call. The question before the House is notwithstanding the governor's veto, shall Senate Bill 468 become law? The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote is required to override a veto. Chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill continues all the rigorous safeguards that are currently in place, but that allowing therapeutic cannabis growers to use greenhouses in addition to their currently required enclosed warehouse spaces will save energy, will lower costs for the growers, and most importantly, will increase accessibility for the patients who need the product, would I now vote yes to override the veto?
If you're in favor of the bill becoming law, you will press the green button. If you are opposed and wish to sustain the governor's veto, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to say to the vote. 257 voting yea, 44 voting nay. The motion passes. Governor's veto is overridden. The House will attend to a Senate message. Recognize the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has voted to override the governor's veto on the following bills. Senate Bill 552, permitting classification of individuals based on biological sex under certain limited circumstances.
The question before the House is notwithstanding the governor's veto, shall Senate Bills 552 become law? The chair recognizes Representative Rombo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of sustaining the governor's veto of SB 552. As Governor Ayotte has explained in her veto message, there remains minimal difference between this bathroom bill, the bill she vetoed earlier this year, the one she vetoed last year, and the one vetoed in 2024 by Governor Sununu. SB 552 still does not protect the privacy, safety, and rights of all Granite Staters. For those reasons, I respectfully ask you to push the red button to sustain the governor's veto on SB 552. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Kutab.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to repeat myself for what I already said earlier, but I think the same really does still apply. If things are meant to be co-ed, they're marked as co-ed. And when they're not marked as co-ed, when they're marked as female or male, then that's who really belongs in that room. And I think it's kind of ironic that we hear from many men up here that they should be allowed to enter our private spaces. That is not okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call. The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote is required to override a veto. Chair recognizes Representative Rombo for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the governor vetoed a nearly identical bill to this one last year, SB 148, and if I know that her veto message made clear this version of the bathroom bill still does not protect the privacy, safety, and rights of all Granite Staters, and if I further know there remains minimal difference between Senate Bill 552 and Senate Bill 148, which Governor Sununu vetoed the version vetoed the year prior, would I now push the red button to sustain the governor's veto on SB 552? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Kutab for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that it's important to value privacy and dignity, and if I know that this bill helps to enable private and public bodies to do so, then would I now press the green button to override this veto? Thank you.
If you are in favor of having the bill become law, you will press the green button. If you are opposed and wish to sustain the governor's veto, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. Also attend to stay to the vote. (161) voting yea, 142 voting nay. The motion fails. Governor's veto is sustained. Also attend to a Senate message. Recognize the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has voted to override the governor's veto on the following bill, Senate Bill 661, relative to pooled risk management programs.
Question before the House is notwithstanding the governor's veto, shall Senate Bill 661 become law? Chair recognizes Representative Hunt.
So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is the companion bill. And what I said to you, this one is even worse than even what the governor had described it. So the reality is, no matter we had a deal, we thought we were going to pass them both, this was all going to be kumbaya. It didn't work out that way. And so I'm asking you to vote no on the pending motion.
Roll call. The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote is required to override a veto. If you're in favor of having the bill become law, you will press the green button. If you are opposed and wish to sustain the governor's veto, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will obtain the state of the vote. 84 voting yea, 216 voting nay. The motion fails. Governor's veto is sustained. We're checking to see if the Senate has any more bills they're going to send us, so take a 2-minute break, or 5-minute break.
Override the governor's veto on the following entitled bills: House Bill 2026, HB 1102, HB 1184, HB 1267, HB 1369, HB 1422.
Further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate has voted to sustain the governor's veto on the following bills: Senate Bill 535, Senate Bill 481, Senate Bill 475, Senate Bill 268, Senate Bill 627, and House Bill 1766.
The House will tender a report from the Committee on the Ethics, Legislative Ethics. Representative Lynn and Rombo move the affirmation of the Ethics Committee report as printed in the House calendar. The motion is to affirm the report from the Committee on Legislative Ethics. Chair recognizes Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, let me state at the outset that I take no pleasure in standing before you today regarding this matter. It is not a happy occasion when this body is called upon to consider sanctioning one of our members, particularly one who, in many respects, we regard as a valued colleague. But however distasteful it may be, we cannot shirk our duty, and we therefore must address the conduct of Representative Splain that gave rise to the Ethics Committee's unanimous recommendation that he be censured. I submit that his conduct crossed way over the line of propriety and amply supports the Ethics Committee recommendation that he be censured by this House. I hope you have all had a chance to read the Ethics Committee's report. Perhaps the most important point to note with respect to the charges against Representative Splain is that the facts are not in dispute. That is, Representative Splain admits that in social media posts in which he identified himself as a state representative and in which he was discussing with other representatives and perhaps others the vote of the House on a particular bill that he supported but which failed on the House floor, he called another representative retarded, alleged that the other representative dropped acid in the 60s, and perhaps most outrageously, suggested that the other representative was the product of a sexual encounter between his mother and her cousin. I respectfully submit that Representative Splain's behavior clearly runs afoul of the ethics guidelines, which, as applicable here, require legislators to ensure that government is conducted equitably and honorably in a manner that permits the citizenry to have confidence in the integrity of the legislature, and also requires that legislators treat each other, legislative employees, and the public with dignity and respect. In fairness to Representative Splain, I should say that in the proceedings before the Ethics Committee, the public proceedings before the Ethics Committee, Representative Splain offered two arguments in opposition to censure. First, he asserted that because the statements he made were made in social media rather than in committee hearing or on the House floor, they did not involve official business of the House. But the ethics rule specifically states that it covers activities of a legislator that relate to legislative duties. And here there can be no question that the social media discussion that produced his vile comments related to the legislature's action with respect to one of his bills, and as noted in the discussion, he specifically identified himself as Representative James Splain. His actions clearly related to the business of the legislature. Second, Representative Splain asserted that his remarks cannot support sanctions because they are protected by his right to freedom of speech under the state and federal constitutions. This argument also misses the mark. Fortunately, on this issue, there is a relatively recent U.S. Supreme Court case that is very closely on point. The case is called Houston Community College System versus Wilson. It's reported in 595 of the United States Reports at 468. It's a 2022 case. In that case, the Supreme Court, in a unanimous decision written by Justice Gorsuch, rejected a claim by an elected member of a public community college system's Board of Trustees that the other elected members of the board violated his free speech rights by censuring him for his criticism of the board. In its opinion, the court noted that since the very earliest times in the history of our country, legislative bodies at both the state and federal level have regularly issued reprimands and censures against their members, and such actions have never been considered to infringe upon members' First Amendment rights. Of particular importance, the court explained that although disciplinary action against a legislator that has the effect of impairing the performance of the legislator's legislative duties, such as suspending or revoking his right to vote, to serve on committees, or perhaps the most extreme sanction, removal from office, can, depending upon the circumstances, have First Amendment implications. Censure without more does not violate the First Amendment because it merely constitutes the legislative body's exercise of its own First Amendment rights to condemn the actions of one of its members. That is all that is happening here. As the Ethics Committee report explains, Representative Splain may have had a constitutional right to make the statements he made, however offensive and disgusting they were, but we also have a First Amendment right to say loudly and clearly that his actions violate our ethics rules and that we condemn him for his behavior. In considering whether his censure is justified, please bear in mind that this is not the first time Representative Splain has violated our ethics rules. In 2021, Representative Splain consented to an informal admonishment by the Ethics Committee in connection with an offensive posting he made on social media using his legislative title. Lastly, colleagues, I ask you to remember that it is not only Representative Splain's standing and reputation that is at issue in this matter. The public standing and reputation of this House itself are also at issue. Simply put, in considering how you will vote on this censure motion, I submit that you should ask yourself two questions. First, do the ethics laws and guidelines which this House itself adopted actually mean something? Or instead, are they more analogous to the text of the Constitution of the former Soviet Union, full of flowery language about rights and justice, but in actuality utterly meaningless because the Constitution was never enforced? The second question to ask yourself is this: if we fail to condemn the actions of Representative Splain by voting to censure him, what will the public think of us for condoning such behavior? I think you all know what the right answers are to these questions. I respectfully ask that you push the green button and support this committee's the Ethics Committee's censure recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion is to affirm the report from the Committee on the Legislative Ethics. Representative Weber has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion is to affirm the report from the Committee on the Legislative Ethics. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Rombo for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, If I know that Representative Spillane does not dispute the facts that gave rise to the complaint against him and to the Ethics Committee's recommendation for censure, and if I know how critical it is that we as legislators uphold our bipartisan duty to conduct our business in a manner that sustains our constituents' faith and our collective integrity, and that we treat each other, legislative employees, and the public itself with dignity and respect. And if I further know that a vote to censor Representative Spillane's conduct does not deprive him of his right to free speech, but rather exercises this body's own First Amendment right to reject his unacceptable treatment of our colleagues and the resulting impact to the public's trust in the legislature, then would I now push the green button to support the Ethics Committee's unanimous censure recommendation? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hill for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know the language reportedly used is not anything I would ever use, nor would I ever want associated with my name, but this is a recommendation for censure, not reprimand, and I don't believe this language rises to this censure level. And, Mr. Speaker, if I believe the guideline section of our ethics booklet needs to be drafted in a way that removes the word guideline if it is going to be used as a punishment, would I now press the red button for censure?
The motion before us is to affirm the report from the Committee on Legislative Ethics. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members voted that were present? House will attend to say to the vote. 185 voting yes, 93 voting nay. Representative Spillane, will you present yourself to the well? By a vote of 185 to 93, the House of Representatives hereby censures you for the matter referred to in committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, having finished the business of the day, I move that we adjourn.
The motion before us is to adjourn. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. We are adjourned.